Amidst the economic changes and the rise of digital technology and innovations in the world today, countries are more connected than ever before. The world that used to be big has become smaller as innovations created by human beings have created a society without borders, where knowledge transfer is no longer limited to an exclusive group of individuals and access to information can be done in a matter of seconds. During the 10th session of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, or UNCTAD 10, one of the meeting's agreements was to set up an institution for trade and development in this region, where soon after, the Royal Thai government and UNCTAD came together and signed a cooperation agreement in establishing the International Institute for Trade and Development, or ITD, here in Thailand. ITD, a non-profit Thai public organization under the Ministry of Commerce, was inaugurated on May 1st at Chulalongkorn University in Bangkok. The institute is a direct product of UNCTAD 10, which called for a series of similar institutes worldwide to train developing countries in commercial diplomacy, globalization, and international trade and investment facilitation. The goal of ITD is to become a leading organization that manages platforms and provides consultations to Asian countries to promote and strengthen international trade and development within the region and bring economic growth and prosperity to underdeveloped and developing countries in Asia. ITD has 4 key missions. 1. To enhance the capacity building of developing countries in the region and sub-region by imposing an economic policy and regulation law. 2. To organize training and research in the field of international trade and development in order to develop human resources in the region and sub-region. 3. To support the cooperation on regional economic integration through exchanging of experiences and knowledge. 4. To work together with UNCTAD and related organizations to become the training and activity center to enhance regional trade and development capacity. ITD has been working closely with leading domestic and international government institutes and private corporations to organize activities, workshops, conferences, and seminars to educate and publicize essential trade and development issues to the public. ITD is responsible for the research and publication of various useful open-source studies regarding trade and development in this region. For over 20 years, ITD has been committed to overcoming all the challenges, and now we are ready to move forward while continuing to provide the private sector, NGOs, academia, and parliamentarians with reliable, up-to-date academic knowledge that broadens horizons. Amidst the economic changes and the rise of digital technology and innovations in the world today, countries are more connected than ever before. The world that used to be big has become smaller as innovations created by human beings have created a society without borders, where knowledge transfer is no longer limited to an exclusive group of individuals and access to information can be done in a matter of seconds. During the 10th session of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, or UNCTAD 10, one of the meeting's agreements was to set up an institution for trade and development in this region, where soon after, the Royal Thai government and UNCTAD came together and signed a cooperation agreement in establishing the International Institute for Trade and Development, or ITD, here in Thailand. ITD, a non-profit Thai public organization under the Ministry of Commerce, was inaugurated on May 1st at Chulalongkorn University in Bangkok. The Institute is a direct product of UNCTAD 10, which called for a series of similar institutes worldwide to train developing countries in commercial diplomacy, globalization, and international trade and investment facilitation. The goal of ITD is to become a leading organization that manages platforms and provides consultations to Asian countries to promote and strengthen international trade and development within the region and bring economic growth and prosperity to underdeveloped and developing countries in Asia. ITD has 4 key missions. 1. To enhance the capacity building of developing countries in the region and sub-region by imposing an economic policy and regulation law. 2. To organize training and research in the field of international trade and development in order to develop human resources in the region and sub-region. 3. To support the cooperation on regional economic integration through exchanging of experiences and knowledge. 4. To work together with UNCTAD and related organizations to become the training and activity center to enhance regional trade and development capacity. ITD has been working closely with leading domestic and international government institutes and private corporations to organize activities, workshops, conferences, and seminars to educate and publicize essential trade and development issues to the public. ITD is responsible for the research and publication of various useful open-source studies regarding trade and development in this region. For over 20 years, ITD has been committed to overcoming all the challenges, and now we are ready to move forward while continuing to provide the private sector, NGOs, academia, and parliamentarians with reliable, up-to-date academic knowledge that broadens horizons. Amidst the economic changes and the rise of digital technology and innovations in the world today, countries are more connected than ever before. The world that used to be big has become smaller as innovations created by human beings have created a society without borders, where knowledge transfer is no longer limited to an exclusive group of individuals and access to information can be done in a matter of seconds. During the 10th session of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, or UNCTAD 10, one of the meeting's agreements was to set up an institution for trade and development in this region, where soon after, the Royal Thai government and UNCTAD came together and signed a cooperation agreement in establishing the International Institute for Trade and Development, or ITD, here in Thailand. ITD, a non-profit Thai public organization under the Ministry of Commerce, was inaugurated on May 1st at Chulalongkorn University in Bangkok. The institute is a direct product of UNCTAD 10, which called for a series of similar institutes worldwide to train developing countries in commercial diplomacy, globalization, and international trade and investment facilitation. The goal of ITD is to become a leading organization that manages platforms and provides consultations to Asian countries to promote and strengthen international trade and development within the region and bring economic growth and prosperity to underdeveloped and developing countries in Asia. ITD has 4 key missions. 1. To enhance the capacity building of developing countries in the region and sub-region by imposing an economic policy and regulation law. 2. To organize training and research in the field of international trade and development in order to develop human resources in the region and sub-region. 3. To support the cooperation on regional economic integration through exchanging of experiences and knowledge. 4. To work together with UNCTAD and related organizations to become the training and activity center to enhance regional trade and development capacity. ITD has been working closely with leading domestic and international government institutes and private corporations to organize activities, workshops, conferences, and seminars to educate and publicize essential trade and development issues to the public. ITD is responsible for the research and publication of various useful open-source studies regarding trade and development in this region. For over 20 years, ITD has been committed to overcoming all the challenges, and now we are ready to move forward while continuing to provide the private sector, NGOs, academia, and parliamentarians with reliable, up-to-date academic knowledge that broadens horizons. Amidst the economic changes and the rise of digital technology and innovations in the world today, countries are more connected than ever before. The world that used to be big has become smaller as innovations created by human beings have created a society without borders, where knowledge transfer is no longer limited to an exclusive group of individuals and access to information can be done in a matter of seconds. During the 10th session of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, or UNCTAD 10, one of the meeting's agreements was to set up an institution for trade and development in this region, where soon after, the Royal Thai government and UNCTAD came together and signed a cooperation agreement in establishing the International Institute for Trade and Development, or ITD, here in Thailand. ITD, a non-profit Thai public organization under the Ministry of Commerce, was inaugurated on May 1st at Chulalongkorn University in Bangkok. The institute is a direct product of UNCTAD 10, which called for a series of similar institutes worldwide to train developing countries in commercial diplomacy, globalization, and international trade and investment facilitation. The goal of ITD is to become a leading organization that manages platforms and provides consultations to Asian countries to promote and strengthen international trade and development within the region and bring economic growth and prosperity to underdeveloped and developing countries in Asia. ITD has 4 key missions. 1. To enhance the capacity building of developing countries in the region and sub-region by imposing an economic policy and regulation law. 2. To organize training and research in the field of international trade and development in order to develop human resources in the region and sub-region. 3. To support the cooperation on regional economic integration through exchanging of experiences and knowledge. 4. To work together with UNCTAD and related organizations to become the training and activity center to enhance regional trade and development capacity. ITD has been working closely with leading domestic and international government institutes and private corporations to organize activities, workshops, conferences, and seminars to educate and publicize essential trade and development issues to the public. ITD is responsible for the research and publication of various useful open-source studies regarding trade and development in this region. For over 20 years, ITD has been committed to overcoming all the challenges, and now we are ready to move forward while continuing to provide the private sector, NGOs, academia, and parliamentarians with reliable, up-to-date academic knowledge that broadens horizons. Amidst the economic changes and the rise of digital technology and innovations in the world today, countries are more connected than ever before. The world that used to be big has become smaller as innovations created by human beings have created a society without borders, where knowledge transfer is no longer limited to an exclusive group of individuals and access to information can be done in a matter of seconds. During the 10th session of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, or UNCTAD 10, one of the meeting's agreements was to set up an institution for trade and development in this region, where soon after, the Royal Thai government and UNCTAD came together and signed a cooperation agreement in establishing the International Institute for Trade and Development, or ITD, here in Thailand. ITD, a non-profit Thai public organization under the Ministry of Commerce, was inaugurated on May 1st at Chulalongkorn University in Bangkok. The Institute is a direct product of UNCTAD 10, which called for a series of similar institutes worldwide to train developing countries in commercial diplomacy, globalization, and international trade and investment facilitation. The goal of ITD is to become a leading organization that manages platforms and provides consultations to Asian countries to promote and strengthen international trade and development within the region and bring economic growth and prosperity to underdeveloped and developing countries in Asia. ITD has 4 key missions. 1. To enhance the capacity building of developing countries in the region and sub-region by imposing an economic policy and regulation law. 2. To organize training and research in the field of international trade and development in order to develop human resources in the region and sub-region. 3. To support the cooperation on regional economic integration through exchanging of experiences and knowledge. 4. To work together with UNCTAD and related organizations to become the training and activity center to enhance regional trade and development capacity. ITD has been working closely with leading domestic and international government institutes and private corporations to organize activities, workshops, conferences, and seminars to educate and publicize essential trade and development issues to the public. ITD is responsible for the research and publication of various useful open-source studies regarding trade and development in this region. For over 20 years, ITD has been committed to overcoming all the challenges, and now we are ready to move forward while continuing to provide the private sector, NGOs, academia, and parliamentarians with reliable, up-to-date academic knowledge that broadens horizons.
Sawadee Your Excellency Dr. Sansern Samalapa, Vice Minister of Commerce, Government of Thailand, Professor Dr. Somkit Lertpaithoon, Chairman of the Board, International Institute for Trade and Development, Dr. Kobsak Pootrakool, Director and Senior Executive Vice President, Bangkok Bank Public Company Limited, Executive Board of the International Institute for Trade and Development Public Organization, distinguished guests, and also member of the press. My name is Natchanan Liengarunwong or Nun, and it's my absolute pleasure to be the master of the ceremony for today's event. Well, for International Institute for Trade and Development Public Organization, or ITD, is honored to be able to organize an annual event, Trade and Development Regional Forum 2022, on the theme of Futuristic Asia Pacific. Well, and the main objective for this forum is to explore the future of the Asia-Pacific region by highlighting the proactive movements of the businesses, of course, which are key innovators and also the key influential players in an economy upon the businesses in key dynamic sectors regarding their current challenges, situations, the current circumstances, and also probable solutions for overcoming all the limits and reaping new opportunities. Well, and without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Somkit Lertpaithoon, Chairman of the Board, International Institute for Trade and Development, for the welcome remarks. Please welcome.
Your Excellency, Dr. Sansern Samalapa, Vice Minister of Commerce, Excellencies, distinguished participants, on behalf of the International Institute for Trade and Development, or ITD's Executive Board members, it is my great pleasure to give you a warm welcome to the Trade and Development Regional Forum 2022 under the theme of Futuristic Asia Pacific, which is jointly organized by the Ministry of Commerce of Thailand, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Thailand, Thai Chamber of Commerce, Federation of Thai Industries, Thai Bankers Association, and Thailand Future Foundation. Let me take this opportunity to thank you for your kind support and participations. ITD was officially inaugurated in 2002 during the midterm review conference of UNCTAD 10, hosted by the Thai government, and we have just celebrated our 20th anniversary last year. ITD is now a public organization under the Ministry of Commerce of Thailand. ITD, as the regional trade think tank agency, we are fully committed to carry out research and training for capability building on international trade and sustainable development in Asia-Pacific region and the sub-region. With the mission of being a center of research and training focusing on international trade and investment issues, ITD regularly hosts an annual regional forum to study new trade and investment trends and enhance potential in trade and development of the region and countries. Under the direction of supervision from ITD's Executive Board members, and especially under 2022 policy of Minister of Commerce led by His Excellency Jurin Laksana Visit, we believe that ITD can be an excellent trade policy and investment creation instrument for Thailand as well as ASEAN. To achieve that goal, we need to work closely, not only with the Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and other government agencies, but also with the private sectors, NGOs, academia, and parliamentarians, both domestically and internationally. We recognize the importance of collaboration among international senior policy makers and trade negotiators to jointly build up capability in promoting and broadening knowledge and activities in trade and development areas. This year, ITD is honored to organize an annual Trade and Development Regional Forum 2022 under the theme of Futuristic Asia Pacific. The main objective of this forum is to explore the future of the Asia Pacific region by highlighting proactive movements of businesses which are key innovators and influential players in an economy toward shaping the new frontier of the region. The forum will touch upon businesses in key dynamic sectors such as fast-moving consumer goods or FMCG sectors, energy sector, and technology sector regarding their current challenges, current circumstances, and probable solutions for overcoming the limits and leaping new opportunities. Discussion will be derived from different players in an economy, including startups, multinational corporations, economists, and policy makers. 2022 is the year of new opportunities, not only the post-COVID-19 era around the economy to be able to bounce back. Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation Forum, or APEC 2022, has gathered 21 economies in Asia Pacific region to discuss ways of promoting balanced, resilient, and sustainable growth. With the theme Open, Connect, Balance, APEC 2022 aims to open up all trade and investment opportunity by refreshing conversations of FTAAP, which will strengthen intra-regional trade among APEC members, connect all economy and enhance mobility of people through discussions of safe passage task force plan and balance sustainability of economy, society, and environment by applying the concept of bio-circular green or BCG economy. ITD would like to congratulate Thailand for being the host of APEC 2022 and proposing Bangkok goal on BCG, which promotes sustainable recovery in all dimensions. The outcome of discussion in APEC forum will greatly contribute to both stronger cooperation among APEC members and the achievement in APEC Pootrakool Vision 2040. Despite many challenges such as climate crisis, inequality, and international politics remain, the future of Asia Pacific can be promising due to strong potentials of different economies in utilizing digital innovations and reinventing policies, and have high quality of workforce as well as resilience of businesses. Futuristic Asia Pacific is expected to be one of the forums that review momentum of Asia Pacific region, which play an influential role in global economy known as factory of the world. ITD would like to extend our sincere gratitude to the speakers and panelists for sharing their expertise and experiences, which are highly valuable and essential in these challenging times. Lastly, ITD would like to convey our sincere appreciation to sponsors for the valuable support to this event, including PTTGC, Lertpaithoon Group, Bangkok Bank, Exim Bank, Energy Absolute, Super Energy, and Central Retail Corporation. We strongly believe that this forum will be of great benefits to us in terms of sharing knowledge regarding trade, investment, and business strategies after post-pandemic, broadening cooperation efforts regional and globally across different sectors, and surely preparing us better for an uncertain future. We hope that everyone here and online would find this forum useful and informative, and I wish the ITD Regional Forum every success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Somkit Lertpaithoon, Chairman of the Board of International Institute for Trade and Development, for such a heartwarming welcome remarks. Well, and I'm sure that all of our distinguished guests are very excited as much as I am and can't wait to explore more about the practices in order to move toward a new frontier, a futuristic Asia Pacific. Well, ladies and gentlemen, and now as we are moving on to the opening ceremony of today's event, so I would now like to invite Dr. Sansern Samalapa, Vice Minister of Commerce, Government of Thailand, on the stage. Please welcome.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleague and partner, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome you to this event on the Trade and Development Regional Forum 2022. The theme was preconceived from the grand event of Thailand APEC 2022, which will be officially held on 18 and 19 of November. Before I go on, I would like to express my gratitude to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Commerce, His Excellency Julin Laksana Visit. Also, His Excellency Minister Abhisit Vechashiwa, the former Prime Minister of Thailand. Professor Somkit Lertpaithoon, the Chairman of the Board, International Institute of Trade and Development. Dr. Kobsak Pootrakool, Director and Senior Executive Vice President of Bangkok Bank Public Company Limited. And all renowned speakers and panelists who join us in person and those who join us via online digital platform. Moreover, I would like to extend my gratitude to our event co-host, which is Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Chamber of Commerce of Board of Trade of Thailand, Federal of Thai Industry, the Thai Bank Association, and Thailand Future Foundation. Also, extend thanks to our main sponsor, the Bangkok Bank Public Company Limited, Lertpaithoon Group, and PTT Global Chemical. Besides those main sponsors, we also have Central Retail Corporation, Energy Absolute, Export-Import Bank of Thailand, and Super Energy Corporation. Ladies and gents, Trade and Development Region Forum has distinct profile event from consecutive year during the high-level Trade and Development Forum. It has more visibility, more high participation, and draw the attention of large audience, both international and domestic. Since World Bank President David Malpass stated on this June this year that the war in Ukraine, lockdown in China, supply chain disruption, and the risk of stagflation are hammering economic growth for many countries, recession will be hard to avoid. The stagflation risk is clear and prominent slowdown in growth. The global economic growth is expected to decrease from 5.7% in 2021 to 2.9% in 2022. As a result, the per capita income in many developing countries will be nearly 5% below its pre-pandemic situation. Nowadays, fewer and fewer people talking about COVID-19, but we have to admit that the pandemic brought us a multi-dimensional transformation at the speed of light, especially in social, economic, and technological magnitude. As such, it is undeniable that Asian Pacific region is considered an important global economic engine that will be helped break through the global slowdown from the pandemic during the past few years. Understanding the present of looking forward into the future of Asia Pacific region is unnegligible. The main objective of this event is to show what is the future of trade and economic development in ASEAN Pacific look like, via vision and perspective of those honorable keynote, panelists, and speakers. To live and grow in chaotic and fragile world, decoupling of global supply chain, conflict arise from geopolitical tension. We need a capability to foresee and adjust ourselves to fit in the desired futures. This is a key opportunity to shape the future of Asia Pacific to become a main economic engine for global growth. Especially Southeast Asia, the region where it is considered a geopolitical heaven by many leading investment organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish the event a grand success and achieve all the event deserved objective. Now, let the event begin. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Dr. Sansern Samalapa, Vice Minister of Commerce, Government of Thailand, and please remain on the stage for the opening ceremony. As His Excellency mentioned that, of course, things are looking up now, and for this event, it's just a great opportunity for all of us that we are eager to learn more about the word future. How it's going to look like, how it's going to be like in terms of businesses, challenges, and also in terms of workflow, and also a way of thinking. So I'm sure that all of us will be going to benefit a lot from this event, which is going to be a full-day event. Lots and lots of keynote speakers, and also the panel discussion as well to be discussed today, full day, all right. And for now, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to move on to the opening ceremony of today's event. So I would like to once again we'll invite on the stage, please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Somkit Lertpaithoon on the stage, and also please welcome Mr. Manu Siddhiprasad, Executive Director of International Institute for Trade and Development, or ITD, on the stage for the opening ceremony. Please welcome. And now we are going to move on to the opening ceremony of the Trade and Development Regional Forum 2022 Futuristic Asia Pacific. So please touch the screen on the count of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Futuristic Asia Pacific. And now we are moving on to a photo session. I'm going to say that this is going to be such a historical photo session indeed for the opening ceremony of today's event. Please look ahead, look straight to the camera as we're going to record this meaningful moment all together. And up next, the next photo shot, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on the stage Dr. Kobsak, Pootrakool, and also all the board of members on the stage joining this historic photo session. Please welcome. Alright, and Your Excellency and all of the board of members, please look straight to the camera in the center. And of course, to all the distinguished guests, please have your cameras ready to record this moment all together. Okay, and now please look straight to the camera at the back with the red lights there. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please give a big round of applause for this official opening ceremony of the Trade and Development Regional Forum 2022 Futuristic Asia Pacific. And I would like to thank you very much, Your Excellency, and all the board of members joining the photo session on the stage. So up next, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a break for about 15 minutes. But first of all, allow me to give you an overview of the morning session. So first, up next, right after the 15-minute break, we're going to start with Meet the Keynote of Welcome to the Future by Dr. Kobsak Pootrakool, Director and Senior Executive Vice President, Bangkok Bank Public Company Limited. And up next is going to be a panel discussion on the topic of future of regional multinational corporation or MNC by Dr. Phaichit Vibulthanasan, Senior Advisor to the Senior Vice Chairman, Lertpaithoon Group Company Limited, and also Mr. Alex Ng, Chief Executive Officer, Carrier Express Thailand Public Company Limited. We also have Mr. Pirapon Ampaiwit, Senior Vice President, Corporate Strategy and Risk Management, Global Power Synergy Public Company Limited. Also, we have Mr. Vivekanand Sistala, R&D Director for Southeast Asia Region, Unilever Thai Services Limited, which this panel discussion will be moderated by Dr. Wit Sittiwekin, Advisor of International Institute for Trade and Development. And that's going to be the first panel discussion. We also have another panel discussion, which is going to be the topic of future of trade, investment, and finance. We have so many speakers for this session. We have Dr. Dam Sukontasap, Chairman, Executive Board of Exim Bank of Thailand, Board of Director ITD as well. We have Mr. Visit Limlucha, Vice Chairman of the Thai Chamber of Commerce, Board of Director ITD, and also Mr. Mondri Mahaprikpong, Vice Chairman of the Federation of Thai Industry, Board of Director ITD, and also Mr. Kobsak Dongdi, Secretary General of the Thai Bankers Association, and we have Mr. Kongkrapan Intarajang, Chief Executive Officer and President of PTT Global Chemical Public Company Limited. So now, please enjoy a 15-minute break, and we will come back for more session on the stage. Thank you very much.
event and the morning session is about to begin. Please proceed into the ballroom and be seated. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as the keynote and the panel discussion of the morning session is about to begin, please proceed into the ballroom and be seated. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the keynote and the panel discussion for the morning session are about to begin shortly. Please proceed into the ballroom and be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Trade and Development Regional Forum 2022, Futuristic Asia Pacific. As I mentioned earlier, that today is a full-day event. Keynote speakers, we have so many speakers on the stage today, and also the panel discussion as well. So please make sure that you've enjoyed your snack time and be seated in the ballroom. All right, and for now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start the morning session with the keynote of the topic of Welcome to the Future. Well, through different disruptions occur continuously, well, the world become a more fast changing than ever, which of course offer both opportunities and challenges as well. So forecasting
the future is no doubt an important element in preparing for the resilient strategy. And of course, this session will explore possible scenarios of future of the world economy and its implications on businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, please, for now, I'm having the honor of inviting Dr. Kobsak Pootrakool, Director and Senior Executive Vice President, Bangkok Bank Public Company Limited, on the stage. Please welcome.
Good morning, Excellencies. ท่านอาจารย์ศาสตราจารย์ดร.สมคิด ท่านประธาน ท่านผอ.มนู distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor to be invited by ITD, one of important organization that will be playing a very important role later on in the regions. Today, they invite me to talk on the topic of futuristic Asia Pacific. Welcome to the futures. I've been thinking about what I will be talking for some times, but I would remember that every morning, when we wake up, we always have high hope for today, right? We hope that today will be a great day, will be a bright future, we will get so many things done, and there will be many exciting developments. But I have a news. I think the future waiting for us over the next couple years will be very challenging. Will be both good news and bad news. Both challenges and also opportunities. So, I would like to tell you my vision of what will be happening over the next couple years. How can we prepare for such eventualities? Usually, the future is not easy to forecast, but I talked to them before. If there's some problem, bring me the mic. Okay, we don't know what will be happening, but we are starting to see the glimpse of what waiting for us. If we are early in the year 2022, we might not see exactly what will be happening, but 8 months passed, 9 months passed already. We already see exactly all the forces are already in places, and they have been playing out over the past 9 months. And what's happening over the past 9 months will start to roll out over the next couple years, and will become one of the greatest challenges in terms of economics. Now, the year 2022 and 2025 will be the key turning point for the world economies. We are already standing there. 9 months passed into the years. We hope that we will move from COVID-19 into the new normal, new chapters. Remember, every time in the past 2 years, we've been talking about when COVID leaves, what we can do, right? We're planning to travel, we're planning to do business, we're planning to do so many things. We can see bright future in front of us after COVID leaving. But what people don't aware is that between the two, there will be a transition. And what people don't aware of is that this transition will be quite long. This is the bad news I will be telling you. Usually we thought that maybe a couple months, maybe half a year, maybe 1 year, and then we'll come out to the new normal, the next chapter where we can enjoy our life and then we can do so many things. But turned out to be that the transition phase has been quite challenging and also will be quite good length of almost 3 years. And in fact, I choose this picture for you. And last night, I take a look at the IMF website. They have the World Economic World Economic Outlook. The picture they choose is exactly the same. They have the storm coming. And this will be one of the greatest economic crises that we are experiencing over the past 80 years. The challenge will have 7 dimensions. I will go very briefly, but I will very focusing on the key development in terms of what happened in terms of economics. We have 3 continents of problems: Russia, Ukraine, US, the Fed, China, right? We have problem in terms of geopolitics, global energy crisis, global food crisis. We have volatility in the capital markets. We also have recession coming in the US and the rest of the countries. Emerging market crisis is brewing. And also China, which usually to be very important country that become the buy of last resort. Every crisis, China buy it all. During 2008, we can send product to China. During COVID, we also send product to China. But this crisis, China is also enter into its own crisis. So this is exactly why people said this is a perfect storm, because it coming all together from small pieces, but working together become to be a big storm. Now, let me show you what has been happening. In the first 6 months of this year, you can see that investors don't have a good time. In fact, they've been telling me that this is the investment storm. They have been living in the capital market for many years, but this is the biggest investment storm ever. Because no matter where they put the money coming down. The stock coming down, crypto coming down, the bond market coming down, gold coming down. Exchange rate, except the US, is coming down. So basically, Dow Jones came down almost now, well, more than 16-17% already. Nasdaq, 30%. 30%. This is the largest drop since the beginning of Nasdaq in 6 months. And it's not the end. This is just the beginning. And if you look further, you can see that Dow Jones, which dropped and then increased from 6,000 to 18,000, is now back to pre-COVID level already. In fact, below pre-COVID level. What does that mean? It means that all the bubble that the Fed has been putting the QE on has gone, right? Gone. And in fact, Nasdaq is following. S&P 500 is also coming down as well. But let me show you one more picture. This is DAX, German Stock Exchange. Before COVID, coming down, QE, but look what happened. It's coming down and now it dropped. Probably roughly about 15% below peak before COVID time. This is the extent of the problem that we are facing at this point in time. And I'm not showing you the picture of Bitcoin, right? Because that will be quite damaging to the heart. But all of this picture has been hurting the investor all 9 months. Last night, IMF came out with this forecast. But take a look. From 6% in 2021, now they are forecasting 2.7% for 2023. This is the fourth reduction in terms of forecast that they have already made. But I'm telling you, from my experience as an economist, this is probably not the end of the reduction in terms of forecasting. They probably take it down even further as time progressing on, because the model cannot capture crisis well. When you are into the crisis mode, model over predict, and as time passes by, it will coming down and coming down. So by mid of next year, I think this number will be substantially reduced. But take a look on what's happening. America, 1%. Europe, 0.5%. Latin America, 1.7%. What does it mean? It means that if you take the whole number down, 1% probably becomes zero, right? Maybe negative. Europe, definitely recession. Caribbean is also facing the same problem. And in fact, if you look at the breakdown of the forecast, you can see things that is not usually happen. Negative number in terms of growth rate. You can see that, in fact, they are now forecasting that Germany will be negative 0.3%. Italy, negative 0.2%. And, of course, Russia, negative 2.3%. But many more of 0.3, 0.7, 0.5. So what does this mean? This means that all the economy around the world is now on the brink of recession, right? For next years. And that's exactly the bad news I'm telling you. Good news. We should break with some good news, right? This is Asia. Probably will be growing a little bit. It might coming down, but still growing. And this will probably become one of the bright spots in the global economy next year. But there will be some spot in this region that having difficulty, like Sri Lanka, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Laos, Myanmar, right? So, okay. Got ให้หน่อยครับ They said, okay. Now, let me show you the number in terms of manufacturing, the PMI index. US coming down, right? Let me show you. And then EU also coming down. UK coming down. China also coming down. What is this telling you? It's telling you that now, compared to 2 years ago, all the country is now enter into a new phase. Totally different. Before, it's very active after COVID. But now, all major economy is now entering into a declining mode. And that will be having much implication to the trade, investment, and also in terms of investing. Another thing is brewing. Emerging market is also having difficulties. This is the estimate maybe 2 months ago of where will be the problem. Which country will default? If you read the World Economic Outlook by the IMF last night, it will say that now 25% of emerging market is now either default or under bond distress. 25%, 1/4. And in fact, they're saying that for the low-income country, 60% is already in default or under bond distress. 60%. What this means is the following. This is not the beginning, the end yet. This is just the beginning of the crisis. 60% of the low end is already going under. 25% of emerging market is already having problem, right? So you will expect to see that as time passes by, over the next year, you start to see news like Sri Lanka spreading to other places like Pakistan, Bangladesh, even Laos, next to Thailand, right? El Salvador, and Ghana, Zambia, Turkey, Egypt. This is just the beginning of the challenge. And this is the number from IMF. IMF is the emergency room for emerging market. When this country went into difficulties, usually they will go to IMF asking for money. This is the total money that IMF have been lending at this point in time, all-time high. And in fact, when you are thinking that if you fast forward by 12 months, 24 months, this number likely to grow substantially because we have a lot of clients waiting in the front of the hospital, right? So they will start to come in asking for money and then we have to help them. So this is not a good time. I think this is quite challenging time. And Sri Lanka is just only the beginning. You will see other countries like this. In fact, when you look at the news, maybe not this picture yet, but this picture is everywhere at this point in time. People struggle with high cost of living, high cost of energy, and also high inflation, strong dollars. They have difficulty living. There will be a lot of hunger. And when the country went into currency crisis, then you have even more problem later on. So this is two questions that you have to ask yourself. How can we pass through the volatilities and the new challenges from the perfect storm? How can we prepare for the new normal and the next chapter? Why? Because we cannot wait until the end of the crisis and prepare for the next chapter, right? We should do it now. Use these 2 or 3 years, prepare ourselves. The same thing like COVID. We can hide from COVID in our home, right? But at the same time, we also need to develop our digital capabilities. It's a great time, the best time to do digital adoption. And this is exactly the same thing. Crisis will always end. You have to prepare now. You have to do investment now. And you have to compete in the next chapter will be even more intense compared to these years. Let me give you the idea. If you would like to prepare for the crisis, we have to know how it will unfold, right? If I come and talk to you 9 months ago, I will probably don't see much of the futures. But now, from what been happening by the Fed, by all the action and everything, I think the picture start to emerge. You can see the glimpse of what will be happening over the next couple of years. The crisis will have 4 phases. Phase 1 already completed, the exit of the investor that you have seen already, right? Those who invest with the bull market already left the market. The ones who are in the market now are the ones who love to surf with the volatilities. So this is professional. But the novice already gone, already died from the market. The second phase already begin. The Fed have been increasing the policy rate for maybe 6 months already. They said they already completed the first phase. Now they enter into the new restrictive zone, the lowest level, and the Fed chairman said ways to go. So basically, you should expect that the Fed would increase interest rate at least until mid of next year, or maybe end of next year. They might start to decline from 0.75 to 0.5, 0.25. But let me warn you, I have seen the Fed raise interest rate in the year 2006, 2007. They increased 0.25, small, right, compared now, 0.75, but increased 0.25 for almost 16 times. 16 times consecutive, a total of 4% in 2 years. So basically, when the Fed come down to 0.25, don't celebrate, right? It only means that they feel that they have reached to a good zone, and from there on, they can keep on steadily at the right pace afterward. But they can keep on going until they feel that inflation coming down, and that can be not early next year like people talking about, but we will mid of the year or maybe even end of the years. And by that time, inflation will start to come down already, and recession will probably set in by mid of next year. And once recession set in, we enter into the third phase. Recession usually take three quarters, and I can show you later that sometimes it can take longer. I would expect that recession this time will complete it by the end of 2025, roughly about a year. And during that time, you will probably have emerging market crisis that brewing up at this point in time. And with these two crises together, inflation will come down because the houses have been burned already, right? So inflation will subside and come back to normal, and it will start the new phase where the Fed will start to stimulate economy again, and it will complete the cycle. This is the picture I want you to have in mind. Then why? Because then we can think exactly what to do, where are the difficulties in each and what timing, right? Now, the question that people ask more, the depth and the length of the recessions. Let me show you. We have something called global recessions. And global recessions only happen 4 times over the past 70 years. 4 times. That's it. Global recession means that you have recession at the same time many places around the world. Many places around the world. Usually you have recession in US, but China doing well, Europe doing well, right? Sometimes you have problem in Europe, US doing well. But this will be the time when everyone enter into recession at the same time. At the same time. And the reason is that they are fighting the same war, the war with inflation. And they're using the same medicine, increasing interest rate. And they have the same philosophy. They want to making sure that inflation will coming down, right? At all costs. At all costs mean that welcome. If you have recession, it's okay to me, right? This is the central bankers talking. So basically, they will do the best they can to get inflation down. And in fact, the Fed chairman have been talking about 1970 experience of Paul Volcker and the Fed when they stopped too early. They see inflation coming down, so they said, okay, now recession is underway, everything should be okay. So they start lower the rate. And as a result, inflation come up again. So it means that if they keep on talking about these lessons, it means only one thing. They will not stop until they are certain that inflation will be finished. And as a result, I'm very confident, because I used to be central banker for 14 years. I know how they think. They have to get the job done, right? As a result, everyone have to prepare for the repercussion, recession that will be start popping up in many places around the world. And when we have this global recession, we have it only in 1997, 1982. This is oil shock, like this time, energy shock, right? 1991, 2009, because global financial crisis. But let me show you the length of the recessions. 3 quarters, roughly. This is roughly about 5 quarters, 15 months. But look at the number, right? That is the year 1973 to 75, 81 to 82, and 2009, right? Exactly the same number. So what it means is when you have a global recession, it is hard to come out. It is hard to come out. It will take time. So basically, I would like to tell you that you should prepare for quite a lengthy recession. Not a shallow, not a short one, but a lengthy one. And in fact, the depth, how deep the recession will go, will depend on these factors. The real estate market in the US and in China will be very important factors. Let me show you some numbers. US home sale have been around 1 million per year. But lately, 400,000, 500,000 by half. New home supply, which used to be roughly about 3 months, now is at 11 months. And 11 months is exactly the same level at the peak of subprime. What does that mean? It means that people in America have difficulty selling home, and the home that already built is already 11 months supply. No more reason to build, right? But residential investment is 17% of GDP of America. It's quite large. So it means that this main sector with a long supply chain will not function well over the next couple of years. And this will make the recession that we see deeper than what we thought. And this is not in the model. And in fact, look at this picture. I heard the Fed chairman say that before 2 or 3 months before, someone selling the house, they said 10% more. No need to see the house. I just buy it, right? They're just afraid someone will take it. 10% more now. You know what happened now? This is the picture that have been happening everywhere in America. Price reduced, price reduction on sale. And in fact, the price will be coming down substantially because of QE have been raising the price substantially. This is the home price in America going up. This is the peak of the subprime. This is the bubble, right? It's coming down 30%. Take 5 years to come back to the same place. And then after COVID hit, it increased 50% in 2 years, from 200 to 305 in 2 years. This is the impact of low interest rate and QE. What does this mean? It means what go up will come down, right? And when it come down, it will hurt people. And when it come down deeply, it will make recession deeper. And in fact, the real estate crisis is not only in US. In China, it's also having problem. Let me show you another company. You have heard about Evergrande last year, right? Roughly about 12 months ago, Evergrande run into problem. But I think Evergrande is old news. No need to talk about Evergrande because Evergrande is number 14. Let's talk about number 1 in China, Country Garden. The stock price of Country Garden coming down from 18 to roughly 10 last year. And now it's staying at 2.36. 80% reduction in 1 year. And in fact, the price of the corporate bond issued by Country Garden, which used to be around 100, has been selling at 30 at one time. From 100, usually you have to have 105, right? With interest rate. That you're selling it at 30, and now it's recovered to 50. But 50 is still nothing, right? So basically it means that people not confident enough to give money to this developer. And if number 1 developer in China cannot have access into capital market, what would happen to the rest of the real estate sector in China? And this means big problem because if American real estate sector is maybe 17 to 20%, in China 35%. And this means China will have major problem to resolve. And usually when enter into this problem, economy will grow slowly for some time. This is normal for me. As an economist, every economy run into crisis. All economy, Thailand, couple times already. I remember Racha Ngan Thun, and then when we have the Tom Yam Kung crisis, right? But every country went into some difficulties. and they have to resolve it and get out. But it means during this difficult time when every country in around the world enter into recession, China, which used to be the place where we send the product to, right? During subprime, we send to China. During COVID, half of the brand name selling in China. But now China has its own problem. China cannot receive anything anymore. And in fact, the worst thing that can happen is that product that produced in China will start to come out and then enter into all the market and compete in the third market with us next year. That will be also another difficulties. But then, look at this. This is the country of order, right? But people said, I cannot take it anymore. You take my money, but you don't build. How can that be? And I already borrow from the bank and give you all my money, but you don't build my home. So they start having a protest. Starting from one place, now it's everywhere in China. It's not only one province, but it's all the provinces. So this is quite challenging. But let me tell you, now good news, right? I spend half my time on bad news. Now let me give you some good news. Otherwise, this seminar having problem. Okay. When you have bad crisis, there will be great opportunities. Let me show you some pictures. This is all the bear market, but it's always followed by the bull market, right? See, every time you have difficulties in the market, once you clean it up, then the recovery has been quite strong. Look at the number. This is from all episodes of the bear market. Usually it dropped by 35%, 37%, right? But now NASDAQ is 30%, so almost there, a little bit more. But look at 12 months after the bear market end, you have 50% return. This is quite good, right? That's exactly why I'm telling you, with bad crisis will be great opportunities. But the main question is that you have to have the money in your pocket, right? You don't invest too early, right? Remember, Kobsak said, don't invest too early. If you want to invest now, invest a little bit to keep yourself patient. And then when the right time comes, you should enter into the market, and then you will have very exciting return. Now, also, with adequate preparation, company-wise, people, and also country, we should be able to weather the coming challenges. I think Thailand will do quite well in this crisis. We're making a preparation at this point in time, but I think we should do okay. I'm working at the bank, so I've been working with my clients, but I also helping the government. We are also making some preparations. Now, let me talk about the next chapter in the time remaining. I think once we finish with the transition phase 2 or 3 years from now, we will enter into the next chapters. And this next chapter will have a different set of challenges. Because before, we have been working to keep our business running and surviving COVID-19. Remember, the past 2 years has been quite tough to everyone, right? How can we survive? How can we get enough liquidities? Now, we will enter into a new set of challenge, a world with geopolitics, a world with technological disruption, and also a world where Asian century starting. Let me now cover some of this topic in detail. The problem of geopolitics is coming from these pictures. This is the true cause of the whole thing. You wondering why there was a conflict in Europe, why there's conflict in Asia and other places, right? But Ray Dalio paint these pictures. You can see that there is rise and fall of empire from China to the Viking, Netherlands, to the British, to American, and now the re-emergence of China again. If this trend continue, you will start to see China become number one in the world. But every time the power change hand from number one to number two, there is always conflict. Because number one never let it go. They will do everything they can, right? And this is probably the last window that they can do something. Time is running out. Because they see this number. The size of China compared to US have changed drastically over the past 50 years, from 10% to 75%. In terms of PPP, in fact, China will surpassing US quite soon. So it means that now China will be really, in a sense, become number one economy in the world. This is unacceptable, right? For number one. And that's exactly why they have to do something. In terms of technology, this number is also ring an alarm. China is already have patent more than America and more than Japan. But this is just the beginning from China, right? They're just starting enter into R&D. But they're already surpassing America and surpassing Japan. And if you let this continue for 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, what will happen? That is the question, right? And that's exactly no wonder why we see this thing happening. We thought that we changed from President Trump to Biden, everything will be better, right? But in fact, no, you have another trade war continue, but in different form. Nice talk, nice word, but exactly the same confrontation. Why? I ask myself, the reason is definitely because company in America cannot accept this. They have to let their government making sure that this cannot continue, right? So as a result, technological war have been happening. Sanctions in terms of technology continue until today. And in fact, you have to ask yourself why during this difficult time, you have to go to Taiwan. Let me say this. We have difficult time already, right? Economy is not doing so well. Recession is ahead. Why we need one more problem? Perfect storm is already big, right? We don't need category 10. I just don't know what to say. But look at this. This is really. But for me, this is the reflection of the conflict. You have been overtaken by, going to be overtaken. So you have to do something, right? And in fact, when you look at all of these things together, some general from Ukraine said the war will not finish, not by the end of these years. And in fact, the head of the NATO came out and said that Ukraine war will last for years, not just the end of this year, right now, for years. And thinking about that, right? There are reasons to these things. Why you have to fight so much with Russia? The answer is that Russia also becoming the threat to America over the past couple of years. If you remember Boris Yeltsin, right? At that time, Russia is in decline, roughly 2% of the size of America. From before, roughly about 60%. During Cold War, 60%, coming down to 2%. But under Putin, he take it up to 14% again, 14%. And he decided to annex Crimea in 2014. But look at this. This is the picture that the general have in mind. Before the annexation, after sanction is coming down, right? Everything, the GDP coming down. And by the end of 6 years, GDP of Russia is 20% down. And in fact, when you compare the size of the economy, from 14% of US is now roughly about 7%, reduced by half. In terms of military, this picture has a lot of implication. You cannot build an army without money, right? If you are small, if you are the size of Texas, you cannot fight with America, with partner. And now, with the war with Ukraine, why all the sanction? Have you asked yourself why all the sanction on Russia, right? The answer is that because they want to making sure that after this war ended or coming down, Russia will be in a bad shape in terms of economy. And in fact, they would like the size of Russia to come down even further. Why the war have to drag on? Why big country cannot finish with small country in 3 weeks? Answer is that because NATO would like to take these opportunities to destroy all the equipment that Russia have, right? After you destroy it, with smaller size of economy, no money, right? And with no money, you cannot build up a new army. And by everything finished, then you only have China and US confront with each other. That is the case. But you never know what will happen, right? Because things can happen when you keep on doing these things. Russia sent some rocket into this nuclear power plant, one of the biggest in Ukraine. So accidents can happen. But all of these things, what are the consequences? I think 2022 is the turning point of the global economy from globalization. Now you will have a fragmented world economy, quite fragmented. In terms of trade, definitely now you don't trade with Russia. Later on, maybe you won't trade with China, but I don't know what will happen because we produce everything in China, right? And technology, you said Russia cannot use American technology, and you also said China cannot take American technology either. So how will the world look like? I mean, in the old time, everyone shared the knowledge, work together and solve the problem. Now you have Russian technology, Chinese technology, American technology. And that will be also a fragmented world. In terms of investment, you see people divesting from Russia. You see China divesting from America in preparation. And people also taking the company out of China at this point in time. Relocation outside, right? Payment system. This is exactly what they've been working on. Russia, China, India, others. Now they try to have their own payment system. And in fact, this will all together making the world economy to become more fragmented, suboptimal. And also, there are some possibilities of more direct confrontation later on, which I think will be your challenge for the futures. And if you ask me, I don't see this thing going away, only get worse. The second thing, technological disruption. This will be also very important. In Thai, they will say, บุญเก่ากำลังจะไปแล้ว It means that our traditional company will probably be gone in the futures, right? You would not imagine that, car, now we have EV, internal combustion will be gone. Hard disk drive probably gone soon. Steel probably have some replacement. Energy probably also have some replacement. Solar. And even food. You wouldn't believe that food can be produced in the lab now, right? Normal food will be changed also, like you never think before. So basically, world will be changing over the next couple years. And in fact, next couple decades. Someone told me, over the past 20 years, technological innovation that we discover is more than 2,000 years combined. And over the next 20 years, it will be even more than now. And as a result, you have this new startup coming up everywhere, right? And the digital revolution, I go very quickly now, all the possibilities in front of us. This is the old mode. The new one, look very clean, right? No people, only robot. Now, you can see that in the factory is 0 people. Robot is now very cute, talking and then dancing. Just the beginning. And AI technology is coming very strong. This is for traffic control by Alibaba. And then this is by Huawei, public safety. And also the sensor is everywhere. Really change the way we manage things. And this is also very interesting picture. Usually, we can use AI to help detect cancers. The doctor say the following. The doctor say that, well, I'm still better than AI. They said AI is making a mistake by 8%. And the doctor is 3.5%, right? But in fact, it's not the competition, but the use of the AI to augment it to the doctor. Now, together the working, the doctor with AI, only 0.5% misdiagnosis. That's very important. And that's exactly why this digital revolution changed the way we deal with things, increasing the efficiency, and things are really changing. Maybe people still skeptical about metaverse, but it will coming. I can see it. It really will change the world later on. Now, the company that fail to adapt to changes and fail to harness the power of technology and digital will disappear. Look at Kodak, right? Nokia, and many other companies. Finally, the Asian centuries is also upon us. By mid of these centuries, the size of Asia in the world economy will be more than half. And that's have a lot of consequence. And in fact, this is the number by Nikkei. Asia have almost 1,000 billionaires. And outnumber other regions. What does that mean? It means that all the riches of the world is here in Asia. And Asia only beginning. Then later on, all the purchasing power will be in Asia. And as a result, this will be great for ASEAN. This will be great for Thailand. You know why? Because this is the picture of some of the cities in Thailand in the past, Nakhon Sri Thammarat. All the cities is like this, usually have 4 doors, north, south, east, west, right? Asia also have 4 doors. Russia, China, India, and ASEAN. Now, this door is completely closed. No one enter anymore, right? China is closing very fast. India loves to talk to Russia and love to buy oil from Russia and talk to China, right? So basically the West probably think, he is their friend. and if that is the case, what is all this mean? It means that out of these 4 doors, there's only 1 door left to get into Asia, right? Which is ASEAN. And that will have big implication, very big implication. The reason why, because you have all the billionaires here, but if you have to produce in America, you have to produce in Europe, shipping costs will be very high, not competitive. You have to be in Asia somewhere so that you can serve this market, even though you don't want to be in their country, right? So basically, at the end, there's no choice. They have to come here to produce here and serve the whole Asia under these scenarios. And that will be great thing for Thailand. That's exactly why we start to see a lot of projects coming up. One more minute. and then BYD, the biggest EV company in China, also choosing Thailand, right? There will be many more. So I think at the end you will see ASEAN during these couple years become the the crossroad of all companies, and that will be great for us to withstand the perfect storm. The question is how can we capture these opportunities, right? The Thai government is now thinking about regional headquarters, R&D center, logistic hub, new S-curve startup, all the projects in EEC area, S-curve, and climbing the technology ladder. New CBD, I can tell you, 5 years from now, Bangkok will change. Beautiful CBDs. The owner having problem because they will be competing low cost, right? Good for headquarters. And one Bangkok, Central Dusit, Makasan area, Bang Sue, Asiatic. Subway will all be completed, 10 lines. And double track train will be completed. Connectivities with the rest of the regions, with China, with India, with ASEAN will be completed. And in fact, if we can do one more project, the Western Gateway, if we can open it here, we already have a small one in Ranong. If we can do it now, it will change the competitiveness because this has been very congested. If you have to send product from Ram Chabang, go down there, take maybe 3 weeks. But if we can send from Ranong, it will take only 4 days, 7 days. That will be very important because if we can open this seaport, all the product from Western China will come down and try to use this seaport to go out. And that's exactly why. And the government is also working on another project to bring in global talent, like Agoda, that we already have 1,000 technicians working on one company. So, my ending, as I told you before, crisis always faded away. And this time will be probably 3 years. So you have to use this time very well because the challenge of the next chapter is very immense. If you prepare later, it will not be adequate. So you take your time during these difficult times and prepare yourself. You will emerge victoriously. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kobsak, and please remain on the stage for a little bit. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call upon Professor Dr. Somkit Lertpaithoon to present the souvenir to Dr. Kobsak on the stage. Please welcome. And please look straight to the camera in the center to capture this beautiful moment. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for this such a wonderful session indeed. The keynote speaker, as Dr. Kobsak has mentioned, that we are thrilled to move towards this, I would say, the next chapter, the futuristic Asia Pacific. And we've learned so much from Dr. Kobsak. And of course, there are so many interesting opportunities for all of us to be prepared, to get ready in order to move toward all together. Well, up next, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to meet the panel. Of course, the topic that we will discuss today is the future of regional multinational cooperation. Well, talking about living in a VUCA world with new disruptions of both technology and also the environmental issues, multinational corporation, well, or MNC, need resilient strategy in maintaining their leader role in the market. So the dynamic business model application of technology and also acknowledging the ESG concept seems to be the winning formula for different firms indeed, including, of course, the MNC or the multinational corporation as well. So this session will explore key business strategy of different MNC or the multinational corporations in the next 5 to 10 years in the midst of rapid changing world. And I'm sure that this session is going to be beneficial for all of us in terms of business to see more opportunities towards the future. So, and for this session, we have the honor of having, I would say, the honorable panelists here with us today. So please, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming them on the stage. First, I would like to invite Dr. Paijit Wipoon-Thanasan, Senior Advisor to the Senior Vice Chairman, Lertpaithoon Group Company Limited. Also, we have Mr. Alex Ng, Chief Executive Officer, Carrier Express Thailand Public Company Limited. Up next, please welcome Mr. Pirapon Ampaiwit, Senior Vice President, Corporate Strategy and Risk Management, Global Power Synergy Public Company Limited, and Mr. Vivekanand Sisla, R&D Director for Southeast Asia Region, Unilever Thai Services Limited. And for this session will be moderated by Dr. Wit Sittiwekin, Advisor and International Institute for Trade and Development, or ITD. Please welcome our moderator on the stage, please. And now the stage is yours for Dr. Wit, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for such an elegant MC. Thank you very much for a kind introduction. I have been briefed that the time available to us, initially scheduled 65 minutes, has been cut down to 2/3. That's been 40 minutes. And therefore, the crew of 5 people will be moving in the speed of light. Due to the fact that we are talking about future, and these companies, these multinational corporations need no further introductions. Unilever, CP, Global Power Synergy, as well as Curry need no further introduction. And therefore, I would like to ask all of you, starting from Dr. Paijit, what kind of future that your global level multinational companies like Charoen Phokapan is drawing to ensure that you will be moving forward in the 21st century. Dr. Paijit, please.
Hello. ขอบคุณครับ Dr. Witt. First of all, it's my great privilege to be here, share the views, on our CP Group Chairman Somkit Jervanon. He's very disappointed not to be able to be here himself. All right, he passed his best regard to you all. All right, back to Dr. Witt questions. I think let me pull some of the strategies and value that CP Group have done, so far in the, say, past centuries, right? First of all, I think we scale up, with collaboration, okay? We join hands in hand with all the countries involved, especially the government, so whenever we invest anywhere, we tend to, we have the mindset of saying that better have a friend than the enemy. So we try to join hand, do the M&A at all time, all right? But also, when we scale up, we also scale up by squaring sustainability and growth together at the same time. Okay. Secondly, I think to grow from this point of time, we also, of course, consider speed and agility. Right? Of course, along with quality, we will not compromise, the quality. As you all aware that, when we talk about brand CP, or even many of us have been in China, Zheng Ta, I think 1.4 billion people there realize, Zheng Ta means quality, and also maybe integrity plus transparency as well. Another one that I think very important is the simplification. Right? We invest in more than 20 countries, economies. So far, from a very small company, now we have 8 group business. Okay, we talk about over hundreds of subsidiaries all over the world. Of course, over 300,000 employees. Right? It's already cumbersome already. So we try to make things as simple as possible. By doing so, of course, investing heavily on the digital economy is also another thing. Okay, this is go along with innovativeness, right? We embrace change and of course invite digital economy to come in order to pursue or maybe upgrade to another level at all time, right? Many of us probably, I'm not sure whether you have experienced this. When we talk about innovativeness, I mentioned that we are 100 years old companies, right? CP at that time was the very first company that built a package of the seed package, right? When we sell the plantation seed, right? With expiry date, right? So from that angles, we also realize that, of course, CP already start building the brand based on integrity and transparencies. And of course, we are transparent even to our customers. So building the brand is also something that's always be in mind, in our organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In the next round, I want to ask Dr. Paichit as well about the challenging, because the world has been moving extremely fast. Let's now move to another global company, Unilever, who have been with us, I think, over a century already. And of course, I mean, Unilever seems to have always ahead of the world movement all the time. And I want to learn from you what kind of future that Unilever has been drawing and ensure that the world is a much better place, whereas Unilever play a vital role and it has been playing for over 1 century now.
Yeah, firstly, on behalf of our CEO, Kunan America, who could not be here today, thank you to the organizers to be a part of this forum. As Kunvit said, hopefully Unilever doesn't require an introduction to all of you. We've been in Thailand for almost 90 years now. Our products are consumed by almost all of the population at least 3 times a day. So this is a matter of great pride for us, but also great responsibility for us. So if we want to survive and thrive in the next 90 years, what do we need to do? So our corporate philosophy is based on the fact that we want to be a global leader in doing business sustainably. Okay. And what does that mean? So we have got 3 essential pillars. The first thing we have done is we called out our corporate purpose. So the corporate purpose for Unilever is making sustainable living commonplace. That means that every action that we take in this organization will be driven through a lens of sustainability. What do I mean by that? So we've got 3 essential pillars of this strategy. The first is that we will do things that are good for the planet, which includes our commitments on climate and plastic. So for example, on climate,
our commitment to net zero within our own operations is by 2030, we will be neutral. However, from end to end, from sourcing to end of life, our net zero commitment is 2039. This is a very challenging commitment. As you might know, many countries have commitments in much later years, but we would like to again take the lead in this space. Another set of commitments we have made is, for example, by the end of next year, we will have a deforestation-free supply chain. So no ingredients that we source are going to have a deforestation impact, including palm. Another big commitment we have is on plastics. Our goal is by 2025, we will halve the amount of virgin plastic that we use in our businesses. And again, a part of this is to use a lot of recycled plastic in our packaging, which we already have started to do. So we have a series of commitments around the planet. That's the first goal that we have. The second goal is to ensure that we are doing positive nutrition. So in our foods and ice cream businesses, we are committing to have significantly high quantity of positive nutrition products aligned to World Health Organization nutritional standards. Also to reduce the sugar and salt content of our products proactively. And finally, the third pillar of our sustainable plan is to make sure that we contribute to a fair and inclusive world. This means working across our supply chain with a lot of small and medium enterprises. It means providing diversity and inclusion in our workforce and making sure we represent all parts of society, as well as providing opportunities for flexible working and new ways of working in this digital world. So these are some of the commitments that we have made towards a more planet positive and people positive agenda. And essentially what we believe is that in the future, you can't have good business that is not sustainable business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's really impressive. When you talk about sustainable living as a commonplace, in the next round, I might ask you, because your supply chain is huge, how can you engage all of them into one boat and ensure that all of you can achieve the target carbon neutrality and as well as the net zero in the future, as well as the rest of other dimensions that you have set as a goals? And now I think that Curry Express has become the blood vessels of everyone here and then at least in Thailand. And I wish to ask you, Alex, what kind of future that Curry Express draw as a corporate mission to move for the future?
Thank you very much for your question, and it's my very big honor to attend the panel today. Indeed, we are very humble. We don't think we can contribute much, but given our background, I think we try to give certain angles to today's panel. Curry Express has 3 major stakeholders. All the owners or the founders started with nothing, bare hands. Our major shareholder is SF Express in China, now one of the biggest employers, an express company in China with 800,000 employees in China. Second, of course, is Curry Group. Robert Kwok started as a rice seller in Johor Bahru. And number 3, of course, is BTS Group, owned by Kun Kiri Kanchanapat in Thailand. So we can be labeled as a regional big corporations. And however, it's very interesting, before this crisis, people look at startups and big corporations as if there is a big war between them and they label them differently. However, with the meltdown of the capital market, spiking interest rate, the line between startups, entrepreneurs, and MNCs or big corporations will become very blurred. We believe in the future, there is no such thing as startup mentality and MNC's mentality. There's only good mentality, good practices versus bad mentality and bad practices. So, for example, 5 years before, startups, especially those more successful ones, will be laughing at MNCs or big corporations because they are more bureaucratic, they're slower, and they're traditional. And in return, MNCs and big corporations were laughing at startups because you are merely burning money, you are making poor laws, big loss, big money burned. But in the future, startups shall be learning from MNCs for its financial health, integrity, and solid practices. And on the other hand, MNCs should learn from startups for their agility, their flexibility, and the adaptation of technology. There is a saying in Mandarin called 风起了，猪也会飞. In English is, when the wind is strong enough, even a pig can fly. So we shall learn from that. Don't be that pig, but be a real eagle or bird flying high, and there will be no certain labels put on us, but good practices versus bad practices. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. When you mentioned about the connectivity between startups and multinational companies, I might address this point later on with other companies because some of them see that as a threat. Some might see that as challenges. Some of them might see that as an opportunity. And now let's turn to Global Power Synergy Public Company Limited. And I think you, by nature, your industry is pretty futuristic in yourself. Can you elaborate a little bit more? What have you been doing for the future? Kun Pirapon, please.
Thank you. It's a great honor for me to be a guest speaker today to everyone. And in terms of the global power synergies, or we call GPSC in short, we are a power flagship company of PTT Group. So our objective is to supply electricity, right? And currently, our main operation is still based in Thailand, in Maptaput area. So it's based on the fossil fuel power plant. And everyone may know that on the fossil fuel side, natural gas is one of the important field during the energy transition, right? Because everyone is now looking into what you say a future. So we need a future that have lower carbon emissions. And we have to admit that in terms of the power business, we still rely on the conventional power plant. But the good of the conventional power plant is still be maybe previously the cost of the fuel is still low. So you get the lower price of electricity. But now when you see that the disruption, the energy crisis that we heard in this morning session, you see that in terms of the coal price, in terms of the natural gas price, it's increased significantly. So it hurts everybody, right? And you see the situation in Europe, right? And they have quite suffered. Previously they said, okay, they would like to ban the coal, but now they still have to use it because or else the people will suffer from that a lot, right? But in terms of that part in the future, so for GPFC, we are aiming to expand into the renewable energies more, right, to reduce the carbon intensity, right? Because right now we also receive requirements from the customers from the industrial sectors and in other countries that we invested as well. That, okay, our aim is to support the customer, right? So we plan to expand and reduce carbon intensity by expanding into renewable energies. And a part of that, in addition, because you may know that on the solar, right, when you install 100%, you may get just only 16% because the sunshine is not along, all 24 hours. But you need the technologies to implement into solar system or integrate to make it more efficient, which is right now is batteries. That is, there's one business that in terms of GPSC, right now we also partnership or JV with the PTT Group to develop, it's like a jigsaw of the EV ecosystem or energy storage system as well. So it's not only on the technology side, but we also, because of batteries, right? Batteries, once you use it and you have to recycle it as well. Okay. Yeah, that's the next step, right? Right now, we don't look into that part, but in China or in the US, where they start to use the batteries for a long time already. Oh. And right now, within the next few years, there'll be a lot of the battery disposals coming up. That's going to be the future as well, right? It's not only like when you look at it, you not look into the single business, but you have to look it into the ecosystem and try to integrate all the part into your company's strategies. Yeah, that's.
Thank you very much for your comprehensive overview upon the future and the future that you want to draw in the future. And of course, the way to success has never been free of obstacles and challenges. And in order to achieve your goals and your future that you have been drawing, can I start with Kun Vivek first? What are key challenges in achieving that goal? Granting one of the fact that your company seems to have a very large net of supply chain, and you also have consumers at the end of the supply chain as well. What kind of challenges that worries you most and that you need to address very seriously? Good Vivek.
Hello? Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. So we have several challenges because the kind of targets we have taken. So if I take, for example, our work on plastics, we said we will reduce our plastic footprint by half. Today in Southeast Asia, a lot of our brands in home and personal care use at least 25% or higher content of recycled plastic. But there have been several challenges along the way to achieve this target. For example, a lack of collection and sorting infrastructure in Southeast Asia, by which plastic can be collected and brought back into the circular loop. There's not enough infrastructure and recyclable, high quality recycled material available. If it is available, there can be challenges in terms of odor or structural integrity or color of the recycled plastic. And some consumers are put off if the recycled plastic doesn't look like a fresh plastic. So we have both consumer challenges, infrastructure challenges, and I would say advocacy and regulatory challenges to overcome for each of these. But I think looking at this positively, what we have learned in the last few years on this journey is that innovation is critical in this space, and that happens with collaboration, that happens with partnerships, and there's an element of advocacy there as well. So a lot of our targets that we are trying to aim for example, by 2030, we want to be 100% biodegradable ingredients. We can't do this on our own. It's a lot of our partners on the upstream side who are helping us achieve the biodegradability and the quality of performance that we require still in our cleaning products, for example. So this sustainable journey is an opportunity to collaborate much wider beyond our own scope. I work in research and development, but my research and development team is not Unilever alone. It's all our entire ecosystem of partners, universities, collaborators who are coming together to find solutions to the problem that we are defining. From an advocacy point, I think one of the important things is that if we want to make progress on a sustainable journey in Southeast Asia and ASEAN countries, we must have the policy framework that is stable and cognizant of this and move along with the ambitions that we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kun Vivek, for that. And Dr. Paichit, if we look at the world now, apart from the fact that the world is no longer fully globalized, it seems to have decoupled with a lot of geopolitical conflicts in several places already. Will that be a challenges in the network of your business? Of course, I mean, your business is in 20 countries that might be involved somehow. What are the key challenges that you think need to pay special attention?
Yeah, thank you. I think you're right. The world is moving toward fragmentation more at a certain level, and due to many reasons, geopolitics factors and maybe digital technology development, etc. But of course, many companies, including CP Group, right? We try to, of course, on one hand, standardize and gain, the advantage from using the digital technologies. Right? But on the other side, we try to also localize, because the degree of globalization is dropping to, say, regionalization or whatever you want to say. So as we work very closely with the local government and of course the local consumers, we try to, of course, bring in, the technologies in order to cope up with the changes that I would say the Speedy Gonzalez speed, of changes, especially in terms of consumer change, not in terms of only quantity, but also in terms of quality. They change very rapidly. So that's why we bring in, say, maybe automation, all right? Maybe you have seen about robot. We use robot to cook food, you know, say 10,000 dishes at the same time. We bring in also AI, etc., in order to be able to cope up with, you know, the mass production, as well as to respond to our consumer tastes and preferences more quickly and properly. Yes.
Thank you very much. And now I wish to ask you, Alex. Of course, one of your strengths is, you know, you synchronize the ecology of multinational companies and the startup already. But of course, there is no way of success without any kind of challenges. What kind of challenges that you foresee that could hinder your path to success?
I think the rigidity of people's mind is the biggest trap of our development and the biggest challenge to many organizations. People, and I think that's human nature, love to label things, categorize things to certain form factors. But I think in the future, the form factors won't be important anymore because the world is getting very, very dynamic, and we need to be very logical and flexible in adapting to the future. For example, like I said, we labeled MNCs and startups. People in your organization label themselves as a salesperson, I'm a sales type person, or I'm an operations type person. In the future, lines between all these forms will be very blurred. I still remember when I graduated, I joined Kerry 20 years ago. People love to join commercial banks.
Oh, of course.
That's the most noble job an economic student can join. But today, what I heard from banks in China and Hong Kong, they couldn't get the top talent because people love to be self-employed. They want to be entrepreneurs. So instead of forcing ourselves to predict the future, we need to predict the future, but don't predict too much. How about just make ourselves more flexible and agile, so no matter how the world turns out, we will be in the game instead of outside the game. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't predict the future, prepare for it. That's the best way. I mean, in these particular questions, I wish to ask later on, could Vivek as well as Dr. Paichit, I mean, as a large multinational corporations, of course, you might need to synchronize together with the new startup somehow. And the demographic as well as the mentality of the new generation doesn't seem to want to work in multinational companies any longer. How will you synchronize these two together? And let's now go back to global power synergy, Kun Pirapon. Concerning that, technological advancements is very important, but due to the decoupling and due to several problems, including the geopolitical conflicts, will that be challenges for multinational companies of our time?
Yes. I think it's very important and also challenges, especially on the multinational, that we have to manage along the supply chains. For example, like for what we see from the countries that we invest, even they have like a good or a big demand, but in terms of localizations, it's all of those countries sometimes they don't have sufficient resources to do so. Right. For example, like in terms of the renewables energies, sometimes you still have to import wind turbine or very good or very efficient solar panel, maybe from China and also from Europe, who has a very good experience in the wind project, right? And but technology or digitalization can support on that, right? In terms of the power business, we have right now they call a digital twin, or how to use AI to for example predict. But for example, like when we see the cloud that's moving along the way to cover our solar panel, so we know we measure the wind speed, and we know when that cloud gonna on the above of the solar panel. And that time we have the lower power generations, right? So then when predict on that, it's very important. At that time, the one who has a bunch of data, in terms of the data analysis, is going to be the winner. That's what I'm going to say. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, wonderful. And we still have got time left. Thank you very much for the collaboration of all the four gentlemen. We have shortened the speech quite extensively to ensure that we save the world and we don't create a lot of carbon footprints on the stage here. But by the way, I've still have got some questions, especially for both of the multinational companies like Unilever and Jaron Pokapan. Do you have any kind of difficulty as a young generation of the generation Y and even Z? They would prefer to establish their own business instead of being hired by a multinational companies. How will you cope with that kind of challenges? May I start with Kun Vivek first?
Yes, I think it's a great question, because the war for talent is always there. We want the best. But I think we work in a very wide ecosystem now, you know. Not everybody has to be an employee of the company to work with us and collaborate with us. We have a lot of interesting partnerships through Unilever Ventures, where we fund smaller organizations and startups with the intention of helping them build the right business models that might be of use to us in the future. So one of our models is to help encourage entrepreneurship by participating in venture capital kind of operations. Okay. The other thing is, as I think mentioned to you when we were talking outside, the number one reason people join Unilever anywhere in the world is because of our sustainability credentials. So young people are idealistic, they love working on sustainable projects, and they want to join our company to work on solutions for sustainability. And this is a matter of pride for them and a matter of pride for us. So I think if you have the right kind of opportunities, that attracts talent, but we also collaborate outside with the ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kun Vivek. And Dr. Paishit, concerning this, how will you work together with the new startups? How will you integrate them into the structure of multinational companies? What will you do?
Thank you. Before I reply these questions of Dr. Vitt, let me share some of the information. You know, in China, just say a week ago, concerning the technological advancement, China just about to open up the new expressway, you know, where you can drive, you know, and of course charge the battery at the same time, at the speed of say 150 kilometers per hour. All right. Secondly, they successfully test the floating automobile, all right, about 15 millimeters away from the floor. So with this technological advancement and what is going to come up more in the future, I think we should keep an eye on the China development. Back to the question of Dr. Witt, at CP Group, we welcome, of course, changes. That's why our senior chairman, Thanin Jeravanon, also try to create the entrepreneur community, you know, in the companies, in several companies under our group. Right? He also directly taking care of the so-called project. Maybe you have heard about it, Ta Lao Pan, all right? Where we try to create young new talents, right? And of course, with those new ideas and innovations, the group, you know, are happy and willing to give full support, especially from the financial point of view, in order for them, those young talents, you know, to test and try their attitude and perspective in the real business. And I think this project has been going on for over 5 years, and we have created several new business, you know, so far. And I believe that this will be expanded in the future as well.
Thank you very much. I'm very surprised and very amazed by the wireless charging technology developed by Expressway in China. We really hope that one day all of us can enjoy that. But of course, those power has to come from fossil-free energy as well. Well, coming to this, can I ask Kun Alex upon this? Logistics industries seems to need transportation, and transportation need fossil fuel. What is your view upon the future of logistics, which can reduce the carbon footprint?
Transportation, supply chain logistics will be here in 100 years, even 1,000 years, until teleport technology emerges. So when moving things from point A to point B, you need a vehicle to carry them. And fossil fuel is unavoidable at this moment of time. Mature commercial use electric vehicle is not there yet. Corporations like Kerry are trying very hard to source domestically and internationally for such kind of solutions, which we find such solutions are getting more mature faster in private use vehicles instead of commercial. The major factor being the mass of the market. But we will not give up. We will not be slow. So to bring in EV is eventually unavoidable. So we are doing it as soon as possible. Thank you.
I think the person who sits at your left can be one of the solution provider for you, GPSC. But one challenge I wish to ask Kun Pirapon upon this, as Kun Alex mentioned, that the need for fossil fuel still remains because the proportions of renewable energy cannot move up as quickly as possible. Can you give us some kind of timeline to ensure that all the people would understand the milestone of the development and the usage of the renewable energy?
Yeah, I think in terms of the timeline from GPSC side, right? For this year, we also have set up the carbon neutral and also a net zero target, right? Carbon neutral in the 2050 and also on the net zero on the 2060. And I think that is a target that we would like to move. Currently, we have to bring in a new technology. For example, like for the fossil fuel, we need carbon capture. Right?
Carbon capture.
Yeah, everyone is talking about that. So carbon capture, but carbon capture is still need time to develop because now it's still on the very high cost of investment. But with the good cooperations among the PTT group, right? Because under PTT, we also have a PTT EP, yeah, who has a very good experience on the drilling and managing and engineering. So we think that in terms of the PTT group, we can achieve this target together. And that's going to be a solution, at least for Thailand. But in terms of the international market, from GPSC side, we will be expand more, as I mentioned, on the renewables energies. Yeah.
Thank you. We have still got about 5.5 minutes, and I wish to ask each and every one of you in order to contribute. Lastly here, multinational companies is surrounded by several stakeholders. And if you have their support in your disposition, that would be wonderful. That would be your table. What kind of support that you might need from external stakeholders, government, young generation, new generation, including those who are here? 1 minute will be given to each and every one of you. Kun Vivek.
Thank you.
Sharing economy then.
Sorry. Thank you. I think we need, from a policy and regulatory framework, we request support in terms of facilitation, incentivization, and even mandation. I spoke earlier about plastics, for example. We are big supporters of extended producer responsibility, but it needs to come with the right kind of combination of eco-modulation, which means we have the ability to incentivize using of recyclable plastics, disincentivize use of not recyclable plastics. We also want wider participation of industry in the entire extended producer responsibility scheme. So one help we need is regulatory, both from an incentive perspective, as well as mandating certain things, for example, a minimum recyclable content of plastics in every packaging. The other support I think we will need is in terms of Community engagement. If you want to meet net zero targets, this can't be done only by corporations. I think engaging the community early and having the right social models to go along with it will also be very important. And I think in terms of the wider industry and other experts out there, I think what I said earlier, collaborating on solutions and trying not to duplicate and sharing information openly will also be important. So Unilever, many of the solutions we are finding for green energy or for plastic reduction, we are open to sharing some of our learnings and knowledge, and wider collaboration in this space will help us move faster. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kun Vivek. Kun Pirapon.
Yes.
It works.
Okay. Yeah, it
with
works.
power, with your power.
Okay. I think in terms of support, because of under the power sector, I think the new technologies right now is still come with a higher cost, right? Because it's not on the economy of scale. Some technology is not mature yet. It's still on the developing side. I think the support on the policy frameworks and also some subsidies on the technologies that in the future will bring in the benefit to the country or to the society. I think the government has to support on this, right, to build up the ecosystem, right? Because it's not just only a few companies or a few group of companies or a few sectors that do this, but we need an ecosystem to develop together. Yeah.
Thank you, Kun Pirapon. Kun Alex.
So I think the society and the government can do two things. First of all, remember how prompt pay, Thai prompt pay was beautifully launched 5-6 years ago, and it becomes a dominant payment method via government or the BOT participation. I think the government or the country shall do similar things to EV to change from fossil fuel to electric vehicle. And to the society, as business leaders and as parents, another suggestion for me is don't teach our young people technology. Don't teach them about innovation. They know more than us. However, for our young people, teach them basic logic, basic mathematics, and basic integrity, and they can learn by themselves and build a society in the future. Thank you.
Impressive. Thank you very much, Kun Alex. Dr. Paichit.
Thank you. So far, I think what we have tried is to share all the corporate value to all the stakeholders, right? Not only the stockholders, but also the reason that we invest heavily, say, on the technologies is in order for us to be able to deliver more to our, not only the shareholders, but also to the suppliers, as well as to work very closely with the local communities. I think CP Group is one of the companies that invest heavily on the social responsibility project. But so far, from my point of view, they rather be reactive on this in terms of promoting this kind of projects. But I'm sure that in the future you see more of the projects, from the social medias. Right. So with all this, I'm sure that the first 100 years of CP Group just passed by, and I do believe that next time when we come back and get a chance to exchange view on this, we will celebrate, the second century of CP Group, and do hope that they will become a truly global companies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Big round of applause for the four gentlemen. We don't use even 1 second more than we are given. That means we save the earth by saving the electricity and power supply. Thank you very much. And I mean, all of us, we can do it. The big corporates spearheading the development already, and now we need engagement. We need determination to ensure that the world is a much better place for the future. Thank you very much. And now my duty will be passed on to our smart and elegant MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wade. Working for such a wonderful moderator who moderate this session, and I'm sure that all of you have benefited a lot from this remarkable session indeed. And once again, I would like to thank you to Dr. Paichit Vimuthanasarn, also Mr. Alex Ng. Thank you to Mr. Piraponam Paiwit and also Mr. Vivekanand Sisla. And of course, not to be missed, I need to really have to say thank you very much once again for Dr. Visit Tuakin. Well, we've learned so much from this panel discussion indeed. And actually, for this morning session, all the morning session, we heard from our keynote speaker, Dr. Kobsak Pootrakool, and also distinguished panelists in panel discussion 1, about the rapidly changing economic and financial and also technological landscape, which could, seriously impact governments, businesses, and also consumers in the years ahead. So the next session, I'm so thrilled and can't wait to explore more and more about the current challenges and opportunities, and also the challenges and opportunities in the near future. All right, so for this upcoming session, we are honored to have our distinguished panelists with vast experience in international business and international trade as well. And also, all our distinguished panelists are based here in Bangkok, but their day-to-day responsibilities take them further, take them beyond Thailand and Southeast Asia. And they will be providing us with their perspectives on the future of global and regional trade, investment, and finance in the near future. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to welcome our distinguished panelists. First, please welcome Dr. Dam Sukhonthasak, Chairman, Executive Board, Exim Bank of Thailand, Board of Director of ITD. And also please welcome Mr. Visit Limlucha, Vice Chairman of the Thai Chamber of Commerce, Board of Director ITD. And also please welcome Mr. Kobsak Duongdi, Secretary General of the Thai Bankers Association on the stage, please. Please welcome, and we also have another distinguished panelist will be joining us very soon. Well, ladies and gentlemen, since our distinguished panelists are, of course, bankers, business executives and facilitators of trade and business. So I would like to start off the first round by asking the same question, and that question is, how do you see the future of trade, investment, and finance, both at the global and regional levels? So, in the next 3 to 5 years. So I'm going to start with Mr. Kobsak, please.
Hello.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the ITD for inviting me to speak today. Let me start with sorry. Can you, yes, thank you. Right now, with the rapid improvement in digital technologies and telecommunication, all the countries has been moving to the digital economies, as you know. This will help this will help to address and improve the following issues: the digitalization, regional integration, connectivity both within the country and within the region, and inclusion and SME access to finance. However, the level of the development in digital is not the same from one country to another. Every country must review their laws, legislation to support digital transformation and digital documents. This takes a lot of time and effort, and it takes a challenge for several countries. Therefore, it is important that the countries have to work together to share the knowledge and make the transformation happen to leave no one behind. I would like to talk more about what we are doing in Thailand and using Thailand as a show to for the digital transformation to the, what we do in the digital economy in the angle of our banking sector. Digital transformation that the Thai Banker Association is doing is on the digital payment and digital payment connectivity. And on the digital trade, we'll be doing the digital trade platform in Thailand and the regional digital trade connectivity. This slide shows that the readiness of the Thai people in terms of the digital. Sorry, next page, please. Anyway, right now we have about 70 million registered ID of the user of the digital, while we have about 67 million people. And then, so we have a lot of transaction. It's a lot of big growth in terms of volume and in terms of number of transactions. So we are doing a lot in terms of digital. And in terms of the, in the next page, please, in terms of the digital payment, we are having a lot of product and services added to what we are doing that we launched 6 years ago. And then on what we are also doing is that the next, please. And what we are doing is on also not only on what we are doing in Thailand. Next, we are also doing a lot of digital connectivity with neighboring countries in ASEAN and outside ASEAN. We have more than almost 10 countries that we are doing right now. And then we like to talk about the digital trade transformation. This is another area that we're focusing on the transformation in the country. So what we are doing is that, next please, we are doing both in terms of domestic trade and international trade. A lot of benefit that we will achieve from the digital trade transformation. So I don't go through what the benefit because we have run out of time. So next, please. Next. And this is what we are doing in Thailand is that we have a project called Smart Financial and Payment Infrastructure for Business and called PromptPay. This is a PromptBiz. And this is the project that we are doing together with the Bank of Thailand. Now we are doing the supply chain finance platform already. And then for the first phase, it will be launched next year. Next. This is the figures show that the SMEs in Thailand, we have a lot of SMEs in Thailand, more than 3 million SMEs, but about 60, which contribute to about the 70% employments and about the 17 million employments, and this is account for 13% of the exports and 35% of the GDP of the country. However, a lot of MNCs still have difficulty in access to finance. Next. This is I mentioned to you that we launched the digital supply chain finance. This is the platform that we launched together with the Thai Banker Association, Thai Chamber of Commerce, Federation of Thai Industry and Banks. And these are projects that we have been doing already since late last year. And this is an open loop, which means that it brings a lot of benefit to the SMEs in terms of pricing and also in terms of banks to finance this one. Next. Next. This is the projects. As you know that the Thai government is a big buyer. So there is the project called SMEGP, which is the government buying from the private sector, from the SMEs. If we can link this one with the SMEGP in terms of the supply chain finance platform, it will help SME a lot, not only in selling things to the government, but also get the financing. Next. On the regional digital trade, right now, more than each transaction have more than 25 parties and 30 to 40% trade documents generated, and then also 60% of information manually enter or re-enter at least once. So it will be better if we can transform this to digital, which cannot connect all the stakeholders end to end with digitally. This is the project that we are doing in Thailand. We are doing 2 levels. One is that creating the national digital trade platform to connect all the stakeholders end to end in Thailand. And then we can use this platform to connect with other countries in the region, both ASEAN and APEC. Right now, this project has been in the pilot life and the POC with the Singapore and Japan. Next. I would like to end my presentation just here.
Well, so we can see clearly, thank you very much once again, we can see clearly that so many steps have been taken as we are all be more familiar with, of course, the digital economy. So up next, we're going to hear it from Dr. Dam. What about your point of view towards the future of trade, investment, and also finance, please?
Thank you very much. Earlier this morning, I believe we have seen a lot of numbers presented by Dr. Kobsak, which we will not try to repeat all that, but we all can see that clearly there is an emerging trend. A lot of changes are taking place in the trade and finance sectors. From the way I see it, I see that there are at least 3 emerging trends. I'm sure many of you would say that there's more, but if I would try to summarize, I would say that the 3 emerging trends that I see, firstly would be on blockchain, and digital banking and open banking. I am speaking from the perspective of the Exim Bank, which I represent. And from blockchain, I think we are only seeing the surface. There will be more evolution going on. There will be more application that would follow. And it would be wide-ranging. And this goes with digital banking and open banking as well. And it is already a trend that is coming in Europe and parts of Asia. Australia has already launched it a few years back before COVID. And we are waiting to see how that would work. So what does this mean? It means that going forward, a lot of networking would be required. We talk about corresponding financial institutions. It is something that banks, financial institutions would have to work harder in connecting themselves with others, especially at the regional level, at the global level. So this will happen, and it is a must. It is not a choice. It is a must that financial institutions would have to go into that direction. The reason why I'm saying this is precisely what Dr. Kobsak was telling us earlier this morning, that we are going into a transitional period. The way I see it, we are already in it. And because of that, the time for us to readjust ourselves would be now rather than later. And the transitional process is already happening. The second trend that I see is on cryptocurrency. There has been some mention about that earlier this morning. In my view, whether we like it or not, it is here to stay. But again, like blockchain, like digital banking, cryptocurrency will continue to evolve. We see that there is an emerging trend that governments will now play a bigger role, not only in issuing, but also in administering cryptocurrencies. Because of all this, paper money as we know it will continue to decline. Later on, 3 years, 5 years from now, I don't know. But we will see cryptocurrencies issued by governments playing a larger role in the financial sector, in the trading sector. Thirdly, but not lastly, I see an emerging trend in sustainable banking. or some people may call it green financing. It is not a fashion. Again, it is rather the norm. So going forward, if your investment portfolio right now is into oil, chemical, I would suggest that you relook at your portfolio and see that the trend is now going more into greener businesses, green industries. Last month, Exim Bank of Thailand, we issued green bonds in 2 tranches, and it was vastly oversubscribed. The value of the green bonds that we issued came to about 5 billion baht. And so going forward, we will continue to issue these green bonds, which would be incorporated pretty much into our business behavior. And we expect that at least 30% of our businesses in the near future would go into green financing. For people like us, as I mentioned, it is about readjusting our portfolio, our investment portfolio. For bankers, I would say, as I mentioned, it is about creating new networks, reaching out regionally, globally to new partners to make sure that you are connected to the world. And for governments, which I hope we will have the time to discuss later, that is, there is a need for more flexible regulations to enable both government agencies and businesses to adjust themselves to the new changes as the situation requires. So that would be my answer to your question. Thank you very much.
Very interesting. Thank you very much. As we are in it, so I think we gotta be more and more active and get to be prepared for all these changes. Now let's move on to the Thai Chamber of Commerce, as they are engaged a lot in international trade, both regional and global stage as well. So. For Mr. Fisik, could you please share with us about the future of the trade, investment, and finance?
Thank you very much. I would like to share something about the future trade challenge that we will face. I think we are facing now and also the near future. Let me have this, the third slide about the future trade challenge. The first, okay. I have 4 issues. The first and the second issue is coming together. Yes, of course, as we know that Fed increased the interest rate very strong and many times in this year. And we will reach 4% or 4.5% in the near future. Yes, of course, other countries have to follow. But not every country can follow this because it will have another impact. Because if we have a high interest rate, of course, the business operator, especially MSME that we are trying to help them, will face a lot of problem of cost push. They will have a high cost and they cannot invest a new business. They cannot have some company. They face a lot of people of problem from a COVID situation, and they still don't recover from COVID. Of course, this will come up with a recession. When we face the recession, we cannot sell our goods easily. Most of the people in the world will find the goods that is necessary for their life. They will not buy goods that have a higher price yes, of course, they will compare the price. And the third one is geopolitical conflict. We have a conflict in many areas now and cause supply chain shortage, and also the energy crisis. This will cause the production cost of every country is to going very high, and make them have a high inflation. And one of the challenge is we will have more legislative measure. Of course, not only the crisis that we have and make many countries change their policy. When they import the goods, they will have more measures. But also we have another measures from sustainable goals also. Even it is a good point that we have to do every country. But of course, if some country they issue the measure to import our goods or the goods from many countries to increase the tax rate, this will make the world more difficult to trade with each other. That is my answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can see there's so many challenges and also could be opportunities as well. And for now, we've learned so much from Kun Kobsak, Kun Visit, and also Dr. Dime. We have the honor of having another distinguished panelists who have, I would say, extensive experience running business operations, especially the one real sector. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to welcome Mr. Montri Mahaprithpong, Vice Chairman of the Federation of Thai Industries Board of Director, ITD, to share the opinion on the stage as well. Please welcome. Well, so as we are now talking about the future of trade, investment, and finance as well, I mean, at the global stage and also the regional stage in the next 3 to 5 years. So please, could you please give us some perspective on this?
Okay. First of all, I have to say, accept my apology for coming late because I just had the press conference at the Federation of Thai Industries on the outlook for the next 3 months of Thailand economies. And for today, responding to your questions, I would rather using these slides to reflect what will happen in Asia Pacific. If you look at the numbers there, you can see that, way back in the Trump administration, you can see that because of the trade war itself, the growth rate of the trade in Asia Pacific is declining. And rock bottom when we hit with COVID-19. And believe it or not, in the beginning of the year of 2021, we see a lot of improvement. By the end of 2021, I mean last year, we can see that the trade among Asia Pacific economies is improving to 22%, reaching out to somewhere around almost $385 billion US dollars. With that growth rate, with COVID-19, with trade war, it doesn't matter, it will be a Trump administration or Biden administration, the trade war is still there. All right, it's either on the surface or submerged, it depends. But again, with that, we still, in Asia Pacific, we still have the growth rate of 22% in 2021. 2022, we can see that in the very beginning of the year, we can see the GDP growth around the world is somewhere around 3, 4, or 5%. In Asia Pacific itself, it's running around 4 to 5%. So with that growth rate again, I believe that 2022, we can see somewhere around $400 billion US dollars. Very easy. very easy. So that means if you look forward into the next 3 to 5 years on the trade investment, including finance, I believe that finance, a lot of people already elaborate a few minutes ago. I believe that the future is quite bright. The future is quite bright for Asia Pacific. That 400 billion to 420 billion, it's, I rather say peanuts. It's a piece of cake. Right. That's my response.
Thank you very much. I really have to say that we're so delighted to hear this, and I'm also that you all are as well. So that's kind of an impressive point of view on the future of trade, investment, and also finance. Now, what about, okay, I'm going to start with the second round with the same question as well. If I ask you to name only one major challenge and one major opportunity looking ahead in the near future, 3 to 5 years, what do you see? Could you please share with us a little bit? Here, start from, who would like to go first? Okay, please, Mr. Kobsak.
Okay, I think everyone foresee that the Asia Pacific will rise in the next 3 to 5 years. The important thing is that we also realize that the digital economy is coming. But how we can make it happen? I think this is the challenges for us, country in ASEAN and in Asia Pacific also, because when you do the digital connectivity, it means that both countries has to have at least par or the similar level of the digital economy, and this is very challenging. And then for the rule regulations. In connectivity and in interoperability, I think we have to all agree to maximize the benefit of digitalization. So this is all the big challenges for ASEAN right now. I think to overcome this one, the important thing is the tone from the top of the leaders in every country, and also the acceptance of all the stakeholders, both in the government sector and the private sector, is very important. That the digital is coming, and everyone has to work together to overcome this issue.
I totally agree. Thank you very much for Mr. Kobsak. So now, what about Dr. Dan? What will there be?
Well, thank you very much. If I to answer your question, I believe the concerns. We have heard from Dr. Kobsak earlier this morning that to me it would probably be the geopolitical situation that we are in, especially the situation in the Ukraine. And the reason why I'm saying this is because as Dr. Kobsak has mentioned, Europe is now in recession and will continue to be as long as the situation does not improve. We are supposed to be emerging from the COVID crisis, but the geopolitical situation is slowing all of us down. And aside from that, inflation is also rising everywhere. Fortunately, in Asia, the rise of inflation is lower than in other parts of the world, so we are fortunate for that. But nonetheless, once inflation has gone up, it will be a bit difficult to come down. It will stabilize, perhaps in the next year or two. But once it stabilizes, it doesn't mean that things will get cheaper. So inflation is a concern as well to the especially for the lower income population. And because of the geopolitical situation, the cost of fuel is a concern. We're going into the winter now in Europe. We have read reports that the supply of fuel and gas in Europe will last probably until early next year. We don't know what's going to happen if the situation in the Ukraine prolongs. but we can see that things are likely to become more difficult. So because of that, I think our concerns would be the same, the situation that we're in globally and what is slowing down the recovery from COVID. Now, let me turn to the opportunity. The opportunity that I see, if I may continue from what I was saying earlier, is on sustainable banking. In Asia, we see that Thailand is actually at a vantage position to be the carbon trading center in Asia. Of course, there's still a lot of debate on what is doable and not doable under Article 6 of the Tokyo Convention. But nonetheless, we see that there are already developments happening in Indonesia, in Singapore. They are now the leaders, they're the first movers in this part of the world in revising the regulations, in creating new laws that would allow for international trading of carbon credits. The reason why I'm saying that Thailand is actually at a vantage point, in a vantage position to be the center for carbon trading is because we're near, right in the center of the Mekong region. There's a lot of things going on in the Mekong region, which would, especially in terms of agricultural developments, which can turn into green farming. And with green farming, the farmers will be able to raise money from carbon credits. What we need would be government regulations, again, to put the laws in place, to put the regulation in place, especially on the verification standards, the pricing standards, that would provide a clearer picture on how carbon trading in this part of the world can be done. And again, all of this would have to coincide with the international standards, which are already established in Europe, in the US. And the sooner that we can develop our laws and regulations that would allow us to take advantage of the geographical location that we are in, I think Thailand would have a very good future in sustainable banking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That seems to be quite opportunities, just like Kun Mantri has mentioned as well, and also due to the geopolitical issues, the situations, and also the inflation. So I believe that more and more proactive movements need to be issued. So now let's move on to Kun Visit. So what will they be and why? The challenge and opportunity.
Yeah. For me, I would like to say about Thailand is an agricultural country. So we have to focus on our resources. I have a slide to show about a sustainable trade. If we talk about agriculture country, first we need to have a regional economic integration. As Kun Mantri said earlier, we need to have the Asia-Pacific Free Trade Area or Agreement, FTA-AP. This is a pathway to strengthening regional trade and business environment. And the second one, please, another slide before this. Another slide. Okay. And the second one is cyber security and digital platform. From now on, we will have a lot of digital platform. I think one thing that we have to prepare is cyber security. And also we need to use the blockchain to help to make all the documents to be safe, to be confirmed by themselves. That is correct document from the right source. And the third one, MSME, as I talked earlier. This is a very important part because MSME are the key drivers of the region economy. And not only funding that we have to prepare for them, we need to have a training program. We have to prepare the integration of the value chain for the MSME. And then the sustainable growth, we have to prepare both from the beginning, upstream, middle stream, and downstream. For example, in the upstream, like a farm, we need to prepare the new technology to help the farmers. Right now, we have the sensor that we can check the humidity in the soil. We have the soil tester. We have a drone, but that's not enough. We need to have more technology to help them because right now the farmers, average of the farmers' age is now more than 50 years old. They cannot do like in the past anymore. And in the middle stream, yes, of course, we need to improve the processing efficiency in every part of the production. And also the downstream, we use the new technology to save the food waste and food loss. And then, not only food safety that we are using now, we need to take care of food security and sustainable food system also. And in Thailand, next slide please, we need to promote what we have and to do more the added value products. For example, we have to create a future food industry. We need to prepare our food system to be more future because consumers change. The consumers has changed a lot. Nowadays, they are finding more healthy food. They are looking for food that are good for environment. So we have to prepare all of this, and I have some figure to show that our future food export value at 110 million baht in last year and increased 6% from 2020. But this year, the export value was 91 million baht, only 8 months. And that one, I can show that the increasing rate is 29% already for this year. So another thing that we can do well is creative tourism. From now on, the tourism format that support the lifestyle of tourists will be more and more. For example, the gastronomy tourism, local tourism, eco-tourism, and health tourism. I think all of these MSME can do very well because we can have a different method. They can differentiate their products to compete with a big company, and they can survive in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for pointing out. We can see that so many interesting and potential changes which we are really looking forward to indeed. Thank you very much once again for Kun visit. And now, last, please, Kun Montri, what is a challenge, a major challenge and also a major opportunity in your point of view?
All right, thank you very much. I will take advantage of being the alternate member of APEC Business Advisory Council of Thailand, bringing this information to you. I would like to bring up the slides, please. is kind of more or less like what Kun Visit just mentioned a minute ago. But I will give you some insight what APEC Business Advisory Council has been discussing for the past years, especially 2022, and what we would like to propose to the leaders of 21 economies. The challenge is in 5 perspectives. The first perspective is about the regional economic integration. We talk about FTAP, FTAAP, Free Trade Area, Free Trade Area Agreement on Asia Pacific. We've been talking about that for, let's say, years at the policy level and hardly make it happen. But in the past few years, you can see RCEP has been done, CPTPP has been done, and I believe that, you know, some economies trying to push Indo-Pacific into the picture. We, as APEC Business Advisory Council, also trying to push so-called the block-to-block free trade area agreement into the picture as well, in order to make it happen faster in the short term or even in the medium term. For example, the Pacific Alliance, you know, the 4 countries in the Caribbean and Latin America, is also talking with ASEAN how to make this connectivity happen instead of waiting for the big picture to happen. So the whole thing is about the concept, relying on the concept of Asia Pacific 21 economies, 21 minus X. We leave nobody behind, but whoever is ready, jump in. The X can come in later. That's the whole concept. So that's the challenge, how to make FTAP happen as soon as possible with the less NTM and NTB. So that's the point of the regional economic integration. And further to that, we are also proposing so-called a pandemic products health care product list to be so-called the first initiatives to reduce all the NTM, NTBs for this region. Because if you way back in 2020, when we first when we were hit by COVID-19, you can see that what we face a problem is we don't have the mask, we don't have the vaccine, because everybody is trying to pull into their own economies. So we thought that these health products should be in the first priorities, that we should reduce our barriers among each other. All right. The second thing is about the digital. The challenge is there are so many technology, 5G, 6G technology from each economies. I don't want to mention the name of the economy. But we should not allow the political tension. I would rather use the word tension, because when I use the word conflict, I can never resolve the discussion in APEC. So this geopolitical tension is linked with the technology. When some economy propose the technology of 5G and 6G, there will always be another economy propose the same technology from the other side of the world. So what we're saying is, why don't we do this? We will never choose any technology from any economies. We will discuss what will be the standards of the technology. And if the technology itself fits the standard, we apply that into Asia Pacific. So that means we will reduce the geopolitical tension out of the technology world. And then we can apply that into 21 economies. The third challenge is about MSMEs. And we put the word inclusiveness as well, because we would like to include young entrepreneurs, indigenous, and women. I even mentioned that we don't have problem with women because they control us, you know, since we were at home. But again, you know, that should be included. And MSMEs, for the past 2 years, in average for some economies, they went bankrupt. It's somewhere around almost 200,000 MSMEs, in average, from COVID-19, from trade war for the past few years. With these numbers, how can we make them survive, revive and survive? So we are proposing the so-called some remedies, some pandemic bond, some catastrophe bond, those concepts in order to make sure that we can collectively get the fund and help them directly and indirectly. Further to that, commercial bank should also be doing something like the loan that basing upon the ability to pay, not on collateral any longer. For example, like we call that supply chain finance. I believe that Kun Kobsak here can also, adding up on that. In order to make sure that SMEs, who is the supplier of the big company, you look at them, you should not ask for collateral. You should look at what they are doing, what kind of business they are doing, and who is their customers in order to grant the loan to them because they will have ability to pay because those customers are the big companies. And the fourth one, Kun Visit already mentioned about the sustainability. We talk about the food security, yes, and believe it or not, new source of protein will give you more protein than the beef in every 100 grams and create less methane into the climate. Any one of you ever have whey protein? Today mixed with crickets. You never know that because they put the word extracted protein, in the next, on the bottom of the whey protein. And that will help us on the climate change issue as well. Because every time when we raise a cow for 2 years, it creates a lot of methane into the climate. But if you raise the crickets, it's less 1/10 of the methane, less than 1/10 of the methane into the climate. So this is the way that, we have to move forward. That's a challenge that the food sector have to think about, how to make sure that we will have food security with a better climate change. And further to that is also about the energy sector, which come around the corner for the past years. We moving forward to EV, we plug the electricity into our car. And do you know that electricity in the world still produced basing upon fossil fuels? 70%. Every time you plug in the electricity, you said you avoid using the gasoline, but again, we use LNG to produce that electricity. Is that really the green car? I wonder. Okay? So that means if we would like to be really green and sustained, we have to think about this very carefully. And the last one is about the finance economic, which lying under, they're doing a lot of things digitally, the transfer, payment, those kind of things, in order to make sure that MSMEs will be able to be in the game at the same level, leverage that at the same level with the big company. So that's the whole thing that we've been talking about in APEC Business Advisory Council. The report has been presented to the APEC chair yesterday, our Prime Minister Prayut Chan-o-cha. So as of today, other 20 economies will start presenting those reports to their own leaders. And by the time, middle of next month, when we have the APEC meeting here, all of these issues will be discussed with the leaders. That is the perspective from the public sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much for pointing out. I would say that's a key talking point that we now realize that we gotta talk more and do even more. Thank you very much once again. And before we're going to wrap up this session, I would like to open to discussion, the Q&A session. If you have any question that would like to ask, please just raise your hands, because I think time might allow for a couple of questions maybe. Yeah? Hungry at all? Yeah, because we need protein, right? All right, so I bet there's no questions. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to all our distinguished panelists for today. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and please, you might return to your seat and take a little bit of a break. All right, well, so we've learned so much from our distinguished panelists, and as I mentioned earlier, that a lot to talk more and do more as well. And now, before we wrap everything up for the morning session, we have a VTR, the video presentation of Mr. Kongkrapan Intarajang, Chief Executive Officer and President of PTT Global Chemical Public Company Limited. It is a pre-recorded video message, and it's just a great opportunity for all of us to see and learn the best practices, and to also to see how big corporate will take a step further, a step ahead towards sustainability. So if you're all ready, then please take a look.
Sawadee krab. Good afternoon, everyone. As we all know, in today's world, we are facing many challenges, starting from pandemic, from geopolitics issues, economic recession, and many other challenges. And as we see, there are supply chain disruption, economic issues in many countries and regions, and it seems we are in a mess. But there's still another challenge that would continue to be an issue, which is the climate change. It wouldn't last in the short term, but it will continue to be with us in the longer term. But while we are facing all these challenges and solving our day-to-day issues, we have to think long-term. We cannot forget that climate change and sustainability issues gonna be with us for the next few decades. As you know, sustainability is the balance among economic, social, and environmental consideration. Each country, each company, each organization will have to create their own balance, right? You have to think about these three considerations, but they don't all have to be equal. For PTT Global Chemical, or GC, we strongly believe that sustainability is a crucial part of our business. We integrate sustainability in our strategy formulation, in our day-to-day operation, and also in our investment decision. A lot of people might have thought that sustainability consideration is a burden, is an obstacle. But I like to point out that by incorporating sustainability thinking in your strategy, in your business, it's actually an opportunity. In Thailand, we have this BCG, Bio, Circularity, and Green agenda that is driving businesses and also creating a lot of opportunities for the country. Many ASEAN countries can adopt the BCG concept to help to promote the investment in the country, to help to strengthen the industry in a sustainable way. Because in BCG, right, we talk about bio, circularity, green economy, so we can create value added from agricultural products instead of just selling it for food, for simple processing. We can create more value added to more advanced industries, into medical, into chemical, into a lot of products that we use in day-to-day life, but at the same time It helps the farmer to create alternatives for their products, right? Instead of just going into conventional way for food, for many agricultural use, it creates many following and many adjacent industries and also create more values throughout the whole supply chain. The second component of BCG is circularity. It's the concept that promote us to best utilize our resources. We minimize using the resource, we reuse, we recycle, and we think about designing the products to be more permanent, to be more sustainable, not single use, but to be used in the long run. So all in all, it creates a sustainable way to utilize our natural resources. The third component of BCG is green economy. It actually helps to promote many new industries and new businesses for the country. And at the same time, it helps to reduce the global warming, the environmental issues. For example, we are promoting a lot of renewable energy, solar, wind, and hydro. We have this strong commitment in sustainability by setting a goal of net zero by 2050. And in order to do that, we have to balance. We have to lay out a plan to put in the investment while our business will continue to grow about 4% in the next coming years. We have to continue to reduce our carbon emission. This seems to be a dilemma and it seems to be a contradicting commitment, but we are fully confident that we can achieve net zero by 2050 while growing our business about 4% a year. We can do this by using 3 approaches. The first approach is to reduce the greenhouse gas emission from our own operation. We can use digitalization, use cleaner energy, use new technology to reduce the energy consumption and to reduce the waste. So all this will reduce our carbon emission by 20%. For the second approach, we will adjust our investment portfolio. We will invest more into low carbon and high value products. So the company will continue to grow. We will create more value to the shareholders while reducing our carbon emission. The third approach that we will do will be compensation. We will do things like forestation. We will invest in technologies like carbon capture and utilization and storage. So all this will help us to reduce the greenhouse gases by another 50%. So all the investment that we do will support the BCG policy. It will create inclusive growth, but at the same time, it will create partnerships with many sectors, not just big companies, but also SMEs, small companies. They will all be able to play some parts in this inclusive growth. More importantly, BCG will help the country to drive towards net zero, but it needs a lot of collaboration. We cannot do this alone, either private sector or government sector. Both have to work together.
And once again, big round of applause for all the morning session. Well, whether it's BCG or ESG, we are all moving towards a simple word, sustainability. Well, all right, and now that wraps up the morning session. So for now, let's take a lunch break. And for those who have the white coupon, please just go to campus downstairs. And for those who got the pink coupons, espresso downstairs as well. And for the blue coupons, please go to dining on the first floor. All right, so now let's take a lunch break and we'll come back for more panel discussions. Well, we're going to have 2 discussions for the afternoon. Well, first topic will be discussed the future of startup business, and another panel discussion will be about future of technology. And for now, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your lunch and see you again at 1:30. Thank you very much.